Hello everyone, and welcome to my channel. Today, my first ever video is going to be the parent pack from Country Cow Designs with a few minor changes. The backpack straps, while they are fabulous just the way they are, I have a different style that I prefer. It's actually from the Scholar Pack by Sophisticated Crafts, and also one of the side pockets, instead of being the diaper wipe pocket, will be a pocket that is also from the Scholar Pack. I love them. I love the way it's designed, and there's, like I said, absolutely nothing wrong with this bag just as it is. It's just a matter of preference. And this is going to be for my friend Dylan. He needs basically his own little diaper bag to carry around for his girls. That's not super girly. So what he has chosen, The Nightmare Before Christmas, and it is a cotton from Walmart, believe it or not, and I have treated it with a liquid vinyl to keep it water resistant. The lining is going to be a waterproof canvas from Fabric Wholesale Direct. I am also doing black faux leather, aka vinyl, which I actually picked up as a remnant from Hobby Lobby. In addition to that, the zippers come from Wawak, and the zipper pulls as well. My fold over elastic normally would come from Swag bags, but I ran out, so I need to order some more of that. In the meantime, Amazon was quick delivery. Literally ordered it and got it within a day. So I'll be ordering more from Swag, just for the record. That's where I prefer to get it from. Mesh pockets for inside. That is by Annie stretch mesh fabric. The handles for the top of the bag are webbing, also from Walmart, believe it or not. And yeah, I think that pretty much covers all the materials. I'm using foam, and all the cotton is also got SF101, but not the actual SF101. It's from Wawak Profuse. And I'll also be using their stiff version as well for the gusset part of the bag. And yeah, without I guess any further ado, let's dive on in. And always put the right sides together. Oh yeah, my thread. This particular thread is also from my Wawak. Directional fabric, so I want to make sure that it's facing the right way. And of course the pattern has the seam allowance listed, and since this is not a tutorial, I will not be really telling you anything in that respect. Not to mention that would be super disrespectful to the Country Cow Design Joke and Adam K. And I forgot her name, Joe's sister. Pressing the seams open so that it lays better when you fold it the wrong sides together. just getting that just so it's just a hair showing. And top stitch that. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that Adam and Joe had talked about coming up on the side and then coming across. But you know, you do you. You do whatever you want. And make sure you fix your stitch length. Yeah. That looks good. And we're going to sew down the sides, I believe. And I think they say if you wanted to put like a nameplate or something on there, you can do that now, but I'm not going to do that. I don't have a nameplate. I have little tags that I'll put on the inside at some point. But now I'm just pasting this down, I think. Yep. That's good for just to keep things, you know, nice and neat and tucked in when you go through the next steps. One thing that I believe it was Joe K actually said was that you should always make sure that you're in the same direction when you're sewing up your bags, like your pockets and stuff like that, to make sure that they don't get distorted. So probably some of the best advice you could get from somebody, because yeah, well, wonky pockets is really fun. And the thing I will do here is mark my center. Different kinds of scissors for different things. Since it's waterproof canvas and I've treated it with vinyl, I'm not going to use the good fabric scissors. Okay. One front slip pocket. And I'll go ahead and mark the center of my bump or exterior. That's another thing that's like super important, is marking centers, because, well, let's just say I have not done that, and it has not gone well. It took me like about 3 attempts to make one bag one time. And we're gonna say partially a pattern problem. Well, not a pattern problem, a printing problem. When I printed it out, it didn't print right. And oh yeah, I like that. It's cute. It's cute. Do you want this to stay very much in place? And so I'm going to clips. That's both my little clips. And I'll make sure. Just to make sure they are even. And I apologize if y'all can hear my dog. He is so chewing on himself right now. And I don't have the heart to yell at it. So. I will, however, distract him from that. Oh, and I'm sure my mother will appreciate this. The headphones I'm using are from, oh, you probably can't read that because it's backwards. Gotta love cell phones. Big Bus out of London. I think it was London. Yes, it was London. I still had them from our trip in October. So I'm sure she'll appreciate that. Looks good. Not quite. There we go. That is about as spot on as I can make it. And yes, I'm squishing it just to hold it in place. Sorry from the top down. So I guess I can move this down here. I have to go for it. Yeah, figure out why Miss Carly quit playing. Oh well, I'm not gonna worry about it. No music for me. Not right now, anyway. And this is why you go down, or you go in the same direction, that is, because I was going to line this up pretty spot on perfect, but you see that purple sticking up there? Yeah. So either something wasn't cut right, or I don't know, but it's straight, it's aligned, and that is all that matters at the top. Oh, and I am happy to show all of my boo-boos, because I'm not a professional. I do it because I love doing it. I love making things. I like turning these flat objects and making them into something fantastic. And I'm going to go ahead and trim that out. Just so that it's back to the right size. We'll do our phone. Such a sliver coming off. Mm-hmm. I will have quite the mess on my floor by the time I'm done. And guess what? I don't care. It all gets cleaned up eventually. Alright, so now let's take our phone on our phone. And we're going to sew all the way around. So I want to keep this in place. And I'm not using adhesive spray. So I am going to do two things. Normally, I cut foam bigger and then kind of base it all on and then trim out the foam. However, when I was cutting this out, I legit was not thinking, and I just went ahead and cut it out. So it's the exact size it needs to be. So I'm actually going to do it from the foam side up this time. And I'll have to do that on both front and back because, yeah, I did it twice. I just wasn't thinking. And then I'll still probably, you know, go around and trim stuff out, make sure that it's not too thick in the seams. Because I am sort of bad about that. I kind of like my foam in my seams because it keeps it in place while I'm pushing and pulling and manipulating. Does it make that a little bit harder? Probably. But I just prefer to keep it in the seams with everything I do. And I mean, there are ways to make that easier. Like you can put a smaller piece of foam underneath your interfacing, you know, things like that. But yeah, that's just the way I do it. Okay, I got our right stitch length. Oh, you know, I'm gonna run out of bobbin thread. I just want to make that clear because I started with a bobbin that's not full. So just expect that to happen at some point. Definitely gonna have to trim that out. Oh yeah, the foam. Forgot to say where I got that. That is from Joann's. Before they, you know, well, y'all know. Rest in peace. Oh, yep. I knew that was gonna happen. I called it. Went out way back here and didn't even notice. But that's okay. I have prepared my bobbins. I really hope y'all can hear me okay. I feel like I'm super quiet. Okay, well that's interesting. Oh. There. And we'll just make sure this stays in place. Yeah, that was fun. I swear I break more clips. But it's okay, because I've got plenty. And I'd have to say, that's probably thanks to Amazon too, because they're cheap. But they also break a lot, so, you know. I'll just put them all on upside down. Oh, well. Start a little bit before we... Looks okay. You know what amazes me? I don't know how people do it. I have these. These. I am so afraid of these. I feel like I'm going to cut myself, and I have done enough damage to myself between sewing, and I'm sewing through my finger. I've cut the tip of my finger off with a rotary blade. I feel like that's enough. I don't need to do any more damage. I'll cut myself with regular scissors. I'm like the biggest klutz on the planet. But, you know, live and learn, I suppose. I don't know. I think these might have been about how... It's a different pair, by the way. These are my thread ones with the tape. And these are my used to be thread ones, but are worn out, so I now use them to trim foam. And this foam, I will absolutely try not to let it escape me. Try and get it all into the garbage can, because it sticks to everything. I don't know if anybody else has that experience or not, but I just don't want it to have this type of, you know, bulge right there. Just want it to be a little bit, I don't know if y'all can see that, a little bit flatter, a little bit neater. Makes it easier to sew in later. You don't have it puffing up at you. Oh, and if it seems like this is gonna be a slow moving video, well, it is, because I'm not a fast sewer. I tend to really take my time. I hate to say I'm a perfectionist, because nobody's perfect, but I really try to make things look really good. And I want whatever I make to last. I don't want it to fall apart in, you know, a month or whatever. And I don't know. I try. Uh-oh. We're getting hung up. Let's cut that off and try again. I'll tell you, it's really hard to not sing. Y'all don't want me to sing, but when I'm alone and I'm doing this, I usually have music playing and, you know, not quiet either, full blast. But, you know, this is YouTube and I don't need people coming after me because I played their 80s pop song or 80s rock song or 90s or 70s or 60s. I like all kinds of music, I think. And even a little bit of country, a little bit of rap. But mostly, I have to say, 80s and 90s. Okay, that's not true, because 70s got a lot of great music, too. Not that anybody cares. I'm rambling to myself. That's the other thing. I ramble all the time. When I'm sewing, when I'm making stuff. And now I get to ramble to all of you. And for the haters out there, don't watch. Move along. It probably isn't for you. And that's okay. Almost there. Almost. I really need new scissors. What I really need are the, oh god, what are they called? The duck-billed scissors? I don't know, I'll think of it. There we go. That's one side. Now this is actually something I've not done before. We're going to set this aside for just a minute. The first time I made this bag, I did not do this step because the straps that I used were super thick. So I couldn't, because I couldn't get them to fold over. But we're gonna attempt it with this one. Dylan's my guinea pig. And all right, I'm doing a stitch just from the line to line, essentially, just to what? Oh no. Remember I said flaws and all? Yeah, we got some flaws and all happening right now. Seam ripper, you know what? Look, okay, you can see where it got all janky. Oh, that's kind of bad, huh? That got all janky. There's no way I would leave that like that. I'm not sure if it's coming up like that. There's usually an issue. Oh yeah, that's fine. That's the bottom. That's the bobbin thread doing that. The mess I'm making. That apparently is the proper way to use a seam ripper. And no, I don't use it that way every single time. But apparently that's the proper way to do it. I'll have to figure out why that just went all wonky on me. Hi. Hi. I have a visitor. Four-legged visitor. Who sounds like a bull in a china shop. What you doing, buddy? You come to watch me sew? No. You're looking at me like you want to go outside. You want to go outside? Yeah? Yeah. Alright, we're going to have to fold it back up. In just a second. And get this clipped back together. I'll have to pick out the little itty bitty threads afterwards. I want to make sure that I'm not going to have any problems with sewing this before I worry too much about that. And I'm going to have to pause for a moment while I let my pickle head outside. Hang tight for me. Okay, so I'm back. The boy's been fed and watered. I realized that was like a millisecond for you guys, but you know, in real time, it took a little longer. And my lines have disappeared. Now it's gonna be fun. It's okay. I shall figure it out. Oh, I also adjusted my tension. That's about right. Close enough. I swear, this dog, I love him. He did not do anything when he went outside because it's raining. And now he's acting like he wants to go outside again. Puppy. Yeah, this time I'm not pausing. I'm just gonna let him out. Can you try not to bark at the neighbors? That'd be fantastic, okay? Go on. Gotta keep the puppy happy. Definitely looks a lot better. Oh, it's okay. It looks good. But my sewing machine sounds a little harsh. Possibly my bobbin. I think what I'll do is I will mark it when I lay it on. Trim that, and we'll trim that, and also going to give a little bit with some fire. Ooh, ooh. It sort of seals the threads in there a little bit. And that's one. The bottom, up across the line I drew, and then all the way back down again. And hopefully this will go Oh yeah, that's good. Oh, it's so hard to see that with the purple on purple. That actually came out perfect. I have a tendency to lose a stitch in the corners, and that's so irritating to me. This one worked. I'm not using it. See my line there. That looks kind of crooked. I'll make sure it's straight though. That's okay. Oh God, that might be a problem. Always remember to put your presser foot back down. I got lucky on that one. So lucky. Yo, that could have been disastrous. That was super close. And of course that tape will just stay in there forever. Whatever. and Emma. Yeah. Ta-da! I think I'm gonna do maybe 2 rivets, one on either side, just to kind of give it a little more strength so it doesn't pull on the stitches. Front panel. I think it's so cute. I kind of wish I could have just had it be just this character without the extras, but you know, I had to work with what I had. So, alright, let's see, what's the next step? I'm actually not doing pram straps for us in America. That's stroller straps where you can hook it on the bag. I've not done that on either one of these. I mean, it's got backpack straps, right? So, kind of going with that route. So, and we do have to pull it a little bit. See, it's not. Okay, we're okay. Good reason to use a black thread, because you can't see if my stitches are wonky. And are they wonky? Yes, they are. Dylan can inspect it when the time comes to find the wonkiness. Stretch, stretch. Makes it look like a little skirt. The front, right? The inside flap of the bag. That's what I want this to be, because I want this one to be, well, the I don't know how to explain it. I want it to be the inside of the front of the bag. There we go. And this pocket, this mesh pocket, is actually bigger than, it's taller than what the pattern called for. And what I found was that it was an easy way to, like, throw tall diapers onto the inside so they're real quick and easy to grab. Or, you know, a baby bottle that's taller. There's also 2 other spots inside for, like, holding adult drink bottles. You'll see that coming up. So go. And the first time I did this bag, I didn't quite get the concept of these pockets, which is absolutely ridiculous because they're super simple. But my brain just didn't want to comprehend it. And this time around, easy peasy lemon squeezy. Alright. We will sew these in the same direction again. Make sure that my mark is lined up with the edge of the fold over elastic. I think I'm actually going to drop the needle before I drop the foot, because I need to make sure it stays right where it belongs. And no, not there. There. Okay. I'm going to drop that down because I don't know how much of that is. Now the fun part. Okay. And we're back. I realize it's only been like a hot second for y'all, but it's a whole new day for me. Because first the network went out, internet went out. Thanks Xfinity for that one. And then the power went out. So I was kind of dead in the water. But I did prep for the next section, which is what this is all about. I've managed to prep this piece already. And that's actually going to be next with this. Alright. Yeah. Making a zipper pocket on that same panel that we just did that one. There's actually, in the regular pattern, this is shorter, and you can't see that. This is shorter, like here probably, and then there's another row of this, but slight change in that. So, doing it my way, because I can. I'm allowed. I really like these rulers, but I kind of, and then we sew around the box, and hopefully it's straight. That does not look straight to me. I'm struggling, y'all. And I'm not generally the right spot. Let's see. Yeah, that looks right. Okay. And here we go. Back to sewing. And pretty much everybody that I have learned from has said to lower your stitch length when you get close to the corners, because you want this to be spot on right in the corner, and you do not want it to well, you know what, you want it to come out right. Some people actually don't even sew this part of it. They will just do 2 straight lines. I personally, no. Okay. I have not figured that one out yet, because I won't stop and start at the same place. I'm bad about that. Oops. Bring that back up. Down to the other end. And down. Okay. And keep these the same till we get down to the corner. Turn. And the other thing they tell you is always leave your needle down when you lift your presser foot if you're changing directions, which you saw me make that mistake earlier. Okay. And so many people do this so many different ways. Some people use seam rippers to cut through. This part right here, which I'll do. The way I do it is I push through, but on the lines, just to get it started, because I just want enough room so that I can, you know, get scissors in there. Some people will do it. Let's see. Can I do it all the way down without really messing it up? That's one side. Alright. Can I do it the other way? Honestly, this is the first time that I am attempting this with a seam ripper. What do you know? Not that bad. I am not doing the turning parts because I'm sure I will mess it up. So let's stick our scissors in there. And we cut all the way to the threads without snipping through the threads. Dark on dark is hard to see. Am I there? It's not quite into that corner. Oh, I hate to use these, but just don't cut the thread. Don't cut your threads. And if you notice, with these, I did not go with the snip, the tips, when I did this, because if I'm going to dull something, I'd rather dull it back here than up here. Probably should buy another pair of these. I do like them, and I got them off of Amazon. They've been good to me. That's actually how this pair started, but also how I dulled them out, because I didn't listen to myself or anybody else for that matter. All right, one last cut. And honestly, the worst thing that could happen here, if I did snip my stitches, would be that I'd have to go back over it. Wouldn't be fun, but you know, I'll figure it out. Since this is waterproof canvas, it can be really, really difficult to flip it. So I try to really crease it to make the flipping process easier, because it's got to go to the other side. And like I said, it's waterproof canvas, so clearly doesn't want to just easily. Now, if this were cotton, oh buddy, I would just take it to the iron. Come to think of it, my next bag is going to be quite as challenging, and I'll be using the same purple on the next one. That one is going to be the Mirabelle tote, and it also will have cotton, which means it will also have to get the vinyl treatment. I can't wait to make another bag that I made. I can't wait to do. Huge challenge, because it's actually going to be real leather and vinyl, because it's going to be used to go to horse games, and they want clear bags. It's also going to be my first attempt at doing any kind of fringe, so that'll be fun. Alright, flipping. Oh, flipping. I'll probably hit this with some double-sided tape to keep it down, because, you know, it does not want to stay. I could, in theory, stitch that too. Let's put this one. I might just go ahead and let's see. You really don't want this facing to show, but I really, really struggle with that. Really struggle with not having the facing show. So at least it's, you know, yeah, we're doing it. We're doing tape. At least it's the same color, so if it does show, it won't be terribly obvious. Sticky tape. Let's actually flip that back around so I can tape it and then flip it back. Oh. And y'all, I know that putting myself out here on the internet like this is probably insane, because there are a lot of people out there that are just mean. And hey, if they want to be mean, that's on them, right? That says a lot about who they are, not about who I am, or anybody else for that matter. If you have to get on the internet and try to make people feel bad about themselves, then are you really that good of a person? And I would hope that people are kind. Because, I don't know, I guess I feel like it takes a lot of guts to put yourself out there. And me, I just don't care. I'm gonna do it because I want to have fun. And to me, this is fun. I've had people ask me, you know, about doing this as my job. And I'm like, why would I want to take what I love to do and turn it into a job? Don't get me wrong. There are so many people out there that are fantastic, and YouTube is their job, and kudos to them. I think it's amazing, because I know that there's a lot of hard work that goes into every single video that's being put out. And for me, it's well, you see what you're getting. I'm not in it to make $1 billion. Don't get me wrong, I would love $1 billion. But who wouldn't, right? Okay, so like I said, double-sided tape just to make my life a little bit easier and give myself, you know, just an easier way to do this zipper without fighting the waterproof canvas the whole time. And I got just a tiny bit of that edge showing on this side, which means the facing won't show on the other side, which is fantastic. And I'll probably peel this back out, which does seem quite wasteful, but just seems easier to me to do it this way than to fight it the whole way. Yeah, I'll definitely be pulling that tape out, because I'm going to need to be able to sew the pocket on there properly. Oh, tape's coming off. But this will get me in the right position to sew my pocket in. And I tend to lean towards, I think most people tend to lean towards having the zipper pull go to the left. I'm not sure why that is. If you want it to the right, you can obviously put it to the right. But yeah, I'm going to the left. And I'm starting with, I'll start at the top. Essentially, you just want to center the zipper pull and zipper teeth in the center of the box, keeping in mind where your pocket actually falls in place so that it's centered. And I did actually cut my zipper tape, black zipper tape, so that it was longer than what the pattern called for. I have had some oopsies in the past where the zipper wasn't quite long enough. So err on the side of caution with that. Alright, that side is down. We're going to pull the tape from the other side and secure that down. Make sure the zipper is not stuck in the tape. Yeah. Okay. And went a little wonky. Centered. Okay. All right. Now, all right, here we go. I'm hanging onto my threads because I'm not going to backstitch, and I'm going to pull them through to the other side so it's nice and neat. Change that. I don't know if you guys have ever looked at bags you buy from the store, but I legit found one that I had bought, I don't know, a while ago, before I started making bags. And I sort of inspected it, and it wasn't, I don't know, I mean, it was fine, it worked, right? But I feel like I make a better bag than something you buy at, we'll say, Walmart. You know, I won't say I'm like a professional, but just pulling the threads through, finding that loop. Black on black is hard to see. You know who's really good at this? If you've ever watched, of course you have to watch, but Saya Swag's sister, Susan, she can pull threads through like nobody's business. Recommend watching her videos if you want to. There, so far. Well, that did not pull all the way through. Here, with the thread split. Okay, that's fine. We're good. That felt weird. Let's see. And I'm leaving the threads long. And hold on to them so I can identify which one I need to pull through. These are all good, already through. There. It doesn't want to pull through properly. That's what I want. Come on. Did I mention? Who's really good at this? I don't know, it seems to be stuck on something. Let's try it again. Pull that back snug. Oh, there it is. Let's try. There we go. Not sure why I got caught like that, but okay. And get rid of a little boop. Boop. Essentially, that just skews threads. Yeah, I don't need to worry about that part. I just need to do this part. Silly me. I'm going to take right roots. I want to make sure that this is going to stay tight and folded there. One drawback of Block with Canvas is it does not like to feed through. It likes to get stuck. It's just not sticky, but and I know I talked about sewing in the same direction, and I'm about to ignore my own yeah, ignore myself. So hopefully I don't make this pocket wonky by doing that. Should have done this before I put the pocket in, but I didn't think of it. I have my own little place. Sticky. The tags I actually got from Wonder Label. but just a little piece of me, you know? Okay, this way so I can measure that out. That's alright, I think. And since this pocket is already on, I have to move that out of the way now. It look like my stitches are trying to skip. That's okay. Just trying to get it right on the edge. This is the first set of labels that I got. The second set should be a little easier to use in general, but I don't want to use them until these are all gone. They're identical in terms of color because I'm not doing multi-colors when it comes to labels. Sticking with the same thing. You know, keep it simple. Goal was to stop and start essentially in the same exact spot. I think I did all right with that. I think so. And we will also print that down. I think a lot of people will also, instead of doing this, they'll just leave them long and leave them in the bag. And honestly, it's 100% whatever you want to do. It's up to you. It's none of my business. Pockets in. Oh. Bring that down just a little bit so I can be sure to stay on my line. curves are hard. Okay. And then it is recommended to use pinking shears, and this is waterproof canvas. Waterproof canvas is not going to fray, but because it's on a curve, it needs the little notches to help it turn out right. And then we're going to flip it right side, or wrong sides together. And again, waterproof canvas does not like to go. It bites. Roll it between my fingers, which after a while gets pretty uncomfortable. Right, we're going to go ahead and I think I'm supposed to top stitches. Yep. And we're gonna go ahead and do some clippies to try and get it to stay in place where I want it. Y'all, I haven't even busted out the good clips. These are just the cheapo clips. Good clips are metal clips, but they hold on to stuff really, really well. So that'll come in handy later. I love this phone pocket concept, and I think that I just think it's great. That's all I can say. I think it's amazing. I think every bag, every purse, every bag should have this type of phone pocket. Stitch. Now, I tend to say top stitch stuff. I mean, most top stitches are like 1/8, right? My machine doesn't have a 1/8, so I have to assume that the width of one side of my presser foot is 1/8. And I go for it. And I am going super slow. I am probably, I don't know, I feel like I am the slowest person on earth when it comes to sewing. But I don't want to mess it up. Ooh. I just want it to be good. And I want to do justice to the pattern. You know, Joe and Adam worked so hard to create these patterns. I want to, you know, make them proud. And keep sticking things into my clip can. I love these clips. Cute. I think it's cute. And it's all that matters, because it's mine. Alright, let me make sure I'm doing this right. Y'all pay attention to what the pattern says so you don't mess it up. That is what I was looking for. Okay. And just like the other pocket, I'm going to, this one's a little bit different because we need to get the sides all lined up. A little harder to line it up when the top is still open, but that's what clips are for. And this one we're going to fold up as well. And I might have to make this a little bit narrower than what the pattern calls for, because I don't know how my pocket is shorter. Just seems like the length got, I don't know. It's okay. It's okay. Now the fun part. I have to okay. That's fine. I want to get the main panel out of the way. But we still need to sew the pocket pieces together. Like that. I'm going to use some big clips again, just to help with that. Make my life a little bit easier. This is going to be fun because I have to sew these pieces together, but I also have to keep the other pocket out of the way. Whole thing. That's kind of hard to see, isn't it? Because of this light. I need that light now. And I can bring it down a little bit, make it a little better. There you go. All right. So we're just gonna go for it. And it's okay if I'm wrong. I'm actually doing that on purpose because what I want to do now is do it on this side and then I'll go across the bottom. Actually worked out okay. I think that actually makes that pocket a little stronger too, to have that extra get wrapped around. Let's trim up our threads, make it a little neater. I mean, honestly, nobody's going to see this part, but I don't care. I want it to be good. Woohoo! And now, I do believe this is where gotta be smarter than the scissors. Oh, that's why. Went off the rails a little bit. Fixed it. One of the other things that I did with the other bag that I can't do with this bag is I was able to actually baste these together on the edges so that they all stay together. That's not possible with this one because this is just wider than this one. So it's okay. It'll be fine either way, but that is now the inside ready to move on to the next step. Okay. I don't have to do it this way. I could have just pulled it and come back down the other side. And then you fold through, push this through here. But you want to make sure that your raw edges are on that inside so that when you fold it over or facing the flat part of the hook, This is a 1-inch hook, by the way. I'm just gonna base this down. Essentially, I'm going, I don't know actually what the pattern calls for on this one, but I am 1.5 inches down from the top of the fold, because it feels like that might be the best place to keep it secure. And I want it centered. So I'll do it this way. I have 2 different sizes of silver nickel rivets in there. Oh, and some rainbow ones. Hole punch. And since I sewed the end of it down, it pretty much stays where I need it, so that I can easily punch my hole. Then. And then I'm just gonna push that in. I don't need it, but I'm gonna do it anyway. Because waterproof canvas really does not fray. I'm done knock down this time. Telling you, I'm knocking all kinds of stuff down. River press. I did this off camera yesterday. Real simple. Just make sure it's the right size. I made the mistake once of having this part be too big, and well, I was a very sad person when the edges ripped the fabric, ruined the entire bag. Done. Okay, so I did this part off camera. It's the other side of that, well, lining on the inside. Now, we have our center marked. We are going to attach the key ring. And then we are just basting this on for now, leaving a little bit of an overhang. I think I just did that crooked. Sorry, crooked key ring. Yeah, it's a little bit crooked. Oh well. Personality. That's what that is. Let's see. Alright, we've got another pocket to do. I should have probably did that before I put this on. I can't seem to do anything in order today. It's okay. It's okay. We need that. No, not that. Not yet. Not that. I have pocket pieces here somewhere. Not that one. That's the one. And I always do my zipper a little bit longer than the actual pocket. Ta-da. The X here and the zipper right sides together. And I'm going to lower my stitch length because these two together are a little bit thinner than if I was using the waterproof pins. So you want it to be more secure. I didn't mean to do it. Yeah. If I didn't do that right then and there, it would have ended up in there. Still got a little bit of vinyl to trim off of there with the wrong scissors. Oh, that's the other piece. This part is different, so I'm taking the time to really look and make sure that I'm doing this right. I got it the first time. It's just, trying to make sure that I do it right. And I don't want to mess up. Can't be too careful. Skip a stitch there at the end, which is not my fault because I didn't use this end. I'll jumper. And That looks good so far. Top stitch. This. Make sure it's not twisted. And they did the same thing here. And basically making sure that nothing is twisted, because we have to do the exact same thing. But the zipper is so long that we just need to make sure that we're, you know, keeping everything lined up properly. And and I'm clipping more than I need to, simply because I want to make sure that everything stays lined up. There's my line. I can barely see it. I don't want this going askew. Stay perfect. And then a little further, so we go past my line. And that's my sewing line right there. Which I can barely see. Oh, and I think I was supposed to do 2 lines of top stitching too. So yeah, I can do it. Nope. Oh, did it again. Okay. I can actually undo the. I'll leave one on because flippiness. Pretty. But we do want to put these back. Try again. And if I mess this up, then I will have to pick it apart if it's messed up. Okay, that's good there. And that's good there. Oh yeah, this compared to the first one I did was super like thick, and it was harder to do basically. So that's why I went this route and went with the vinyl treated cotton rather than thicker lining fabric. Because, yeah, that was tough. And she wanted that, but, you know, stubbornness. I'm a stubborn person. Okay, that's the one that needs to be. Good news is that even though it's a little bit off, the seam allowance will help make that okay. And, trim this. And so it's 2 lines of stitching, so go ahead and do the second one now. And remember what I said about double stitching? stitching. Nope. My thread's screwed up, so I'm just shredding. Oh yeah. My thread just shredded. So I'm just gonna, yeah, that was crazy. Make sure it's just on the one and not both. Check it. That looks okay. We'll cut that loose. And go ahead and pull this out. Ooh. That's fantastic, now, isn't it? I'm not even sure what happened there. Just decided it was gonna hang on for some reason. Alright, thumbs off. It's hard to see on that side. I will show it on this side. 2 lines of stitching. Not the prettiest, but you know, it is what it is. It's hard to. We are our hardest critics. Oops. I would like this lay flat. One good thing about cotton is that it does have just a little bit of stretch. So when I cut this piece and then turned it with vinyl, it actually shrunk a little bit, but it has just the right amount of stretch that it's actually okay. So yeah. Come on, give me. And my dog is finally settled down and is not licking or scratching, which is good. He's also been fed, so he's happy. There you go. That's the bottom of that front part. Alright. And done. Yeah. I was pretty sure I had to do this, but I just wanted to double check the instructions and make sure we want everything to be lined up. And I'm so excited to see how this bag comes out, if I'm being honest. And maybe I'm partial, but I just think it's going to be so sweet and cute when it's done. And then I'm really looking forward to doing the next one too. Not that that's a different pattern, but like I'm super excited to do them. I'm pretty sure that she said the whole reason for doing it like this is to give that zipper extra strength, which makes perfect sense. Because it's all tucked in nice and neat. And the zipper aren't here, they're here. So the whole thing is getting a zipper. Just gotta go. What? It's our front piece. And got our handle, pocket, all this together. I need to mark my centers. Surprise, surprise. And it's actually super easy because you just line up this part of it. It'll give you the center bottom, and you can actually feel where those two zipper bottoms meet, so it's spot on. I need to just start keeping everything in one place. That would make it easier. I keep moving it around though. So here, just gonna mark that where the center would be, and then we're going to move the zip. Make that easier for me. And we need to mark the other side. I mean, I probably didn't have to mark both sides of that, but I did anyway. Okay. And since I have that, I'm going to take this, go all the way up to the top. And we're going to mark this one. And just double check, make sure we're still lined up. We're going to go all the way up to the top. Mark that one. And I'm doing it just on the very edge because this silver does not, that won't go away. It's not erasable. The other one that I marked with, the purple, is. All right. And right sides to get. Okay. I quickly paused the recording so that I could flip all these clips, and this is going to be hard to see in a minute because it's going to disappear behind me sewing. All right. And we are not doing a proper sew on this because we still have to connect the lining. So I'm just going to do a little bit of a quick basting around, and hopefully everything will go like clockwork. This is still backstitched though, so I can easily get around everything here. And this is the part I was talking about. Everything stays lined up. Oop, I lost it. And this is exactly why. Either I use the really strong clips or you know what would be easier? That's what is it? Start, so I can't do that yet. Let's see, we'll do this. Not quite lined up. Put that over. Keep the zipper a little much under. There we go. Okay, so now that is, we're also going to just line this up, and that will stay unzipped until I get around to the other side. If it'll let me. It's because all the clips are in the way. There we go. And we'll just push it under there so it's not in the way, and I'll pull it back when I get to the bottom. Okay, this will make this process a whole lot easier. Yeah. Okay. I really need better lighting. Tis my struggle. Because they have a little bend in it, makes it easier. Yeah, my puppy's awake again. And I say puppy, but he's not a puppy. He's a big dog. But I'll always be my puppy. My little bull in a china shop. Whose tail will whip you. The zipper was definitely off. I'm not slipped. So that's great. We're still okay for the moment. Do you have to pull this back to you? To line up the edge of the material. Still lined up there. That's it. Corners are always fun because you got to make sure that everything stays lined up. Just what I love. Aim step. I can pull hair into place and then flip down. And so. Oh God. Keep him out of the way of the needle. I didn't break the needle though, that's impressive. Thank God for that. One stitch too far on that. But thankfully, everything okay. This machine's pretty good. I mean, it's not good about stopping if it hits my finger, but it's good about stopping if it hits metal or like the hemostat, or if it gets too thick of fabric. It still scares the bejesus out of me. I feel like I'm gonna snap a needle and poke an eye out if she's wearing like safety goggles or something. But because I push it to the limits, you know, I want to make good bags, and sometimes that means thicker materials, but. Dun, dun, dun. Don't get stuck anywhere. Get the zipper back up. Or, yeah. I mean, quite frankly, that went together nicely. You know, so much for the... And there's no puckers. Oh, that's amazing. And that's just the basting. I still have to do we have that one piece on. So, make sure... Okay, so it's an additional step here, which I knew. I just had to make sure that I do this right. Awesome. Okay. I do want told. Despite what others might say, there's a reason for it. Let's bring this down. And this is pretty thick already, which is, I think I'm skipping stitches. I am skipping stitches. Why am I skipping stitches? That might be because I just did the needle. So we're going to pop this out. We're going to change the needle and probably change the tension. Microtex. I actually had them out already because I had just put a new needle on, but since I had that little boo-boo, it's probably better that I go ahead and put a fresh one on. And now we're just going to set up the bag. I don't normally change my needle out that much, if I'm being honest. But, yeah, this one. Okay, now, come on. This literally worked a bazillion times before this very moment. There we go. Okay. Yeah, see, I totally skipped a bunch of stitches after that curve. It's okay. It's okay. We'll go and do it again. That's not good. It's shredding my thread. Should not be shredding my thread. I am not sure what just happened with that. But, just for the sake of trying, since I can see where it stops and starts, I'm going to try it from the other side. Because craziness, I'll tell you. Yeah, that was fun. apparently it didn't like the foam side down because that just did everything fine with the foam up. Not a single skip stitch. I don't understand that, but okay. I'm going to take the win and yeah, move on to the next. I really would like to at least finish this part before I call it for the night. You know, move things along here. And so far, that's good. Alright. On the front. That's this front. Keep y'all in here out of the way. Yeah. Let's cross our fingers that this works the way it's supposed to. You can actually see where this completely skipped the first time I was trying to do it. But that's when I turned it over, put foam side up, it sewed it just fine. And there's nothing. Pretty sure we're still skipping stitches. I do not. Maybe it's just because it was laying down? Or... It looks okay. Come on. We're not getting our full seam rounds right now. So I'm gonna have to basically base this and then go around again to get the full. Which is fine. If it means it will work, then I'll run with it. And coming up on the zipper pulls, so I need to get those out of the way. To raise this up and move them to the spot we're already sewing, and it goes the way it's supposed to. I know y'all can't see what I'm doing at the moment because this is the only way that it will cooperate. This is sort of why, I mean, industrial, yes, but also sort of why cylinder iron, because round things, I mean, not that this is hard, because it's not, it's just, you know. This is the way it wants to be sewn. Whatever it wants to fits. That actually is right back to property lines. But for some reason on the sides it doesn't want to, so let's do a feet off thing. Okay, so now that it's basted, I can go back around the proper seam allowance without having to worry about the clips, which will make it a lot easier. Beyond. So good. You have. I'm going to. Stick with this side up, but I'm going to trim down the pieces that are not zipper, but like the lining part that didn't quite sit right, so that I can see my proper seam allowance when I actually sew the regular seam allowance. Okay, wasn't much, just a little bit off here and there. And all I'm doing is making it even with the exterior, so that I can resew with the proper seam allowance. That's a big slit there. Who will trim it down? It's fine, everything is fine. And make sure not to cut the zipper. Do not cut the zipper, zippers will fray. Oh no, that looked like a little thin zipper. I could be in trouble here. Wait a minute. Oh, we got a boo-boo. Picking that bad boy out. I sewed right over the zipper. Hello, buddy. I'm glad I figured that out now before I went back around it again. Ooh. Hey, buddy. Do you want to go outside? Yeah, you want to go outside? We can go outside. Okay, hang tight. Just a sec, buddy. Yeah. That would have been bad, y'all. He really wants to go outside. Please stand by. I'm going to finish picking that out, but I'll be right back. Okay, so I picked out that corner that I sewed over the zipper. Picked it out, redid it, no skip stitches, and now I lied. Oh no, I didn't. That's from before. Okay. Cut that out. Try and keep things neat so I can keep track of where everything is. But just make sure. Yep, that's secure. So now I need to redo that, but at 3/8, and it's gonna be hard because these corners. Okay. I just need to be super careful that I don't catch the zipper again. Like, I will have to come back over this section, but right here, this part I'm okay. But I'm gonna have to be super careful when I come around this side. So, I don't even have to redo that because it's at the right seam allowance. But, what on earth? Make sure my thread's all good. Okay. Here we go again. I'm just gonna go as far as I can to the normal seam allowance and hope for the best. I'm gonna use the zipper foot. Probably would have made sense, right? I'm feeling for the zipper, by the way. One. There we go. There we go. Okay. We're getting up near the bottom where I'm going to have to really finagle it just to make sure that I'm not sewing over the zipper again. And almost. Hey everybody, welcome back. I realized that it has only been a hot second for you, but it has been 2 days for me. I took yesterday off from sewing and just relaxed. We left off with the front panel being finished. I realized that it was not as perfect as I wanted it to be. I had made a seam allowance just a little too large near the zipper, which made it tough to actually unzip it and zip it. So I went back and unpicked that and redid it. And now the zipper is spot on. It does exactly what I need it to do. So we're done with that portion for the time being. And now we are going to move on to the 2 side pockets. One of them I am doing as the wet wipe pocket, which is in the pattern for Country Gal Designs. The other one is actually from the Scholar Pack, And what I like about the one from the Scholar Pack is that a very large cup can fit into the pocket. I take this cup with me to work every day, and I take the Scholar backpack with me as well, and I stick this in the side pocket. So definitely like the pocket for that reason right there. The wet wipe pockets, however, is what I'm going to start with, and we're going to see how this works out. I am trying to make this so that Jack's face sort of lines up in the center, and we'll see how it goes. So let's get to it. See my allowance in the right spot. I'm gonna bring y'all down a little bit so you can actually see what I'm sewing. There we go. Okay. I have purposely pre-clipped this because I wanted to make sure that I didn't get distracted and sewed the wrong side, because that would be an absolute bummer. I've had enough mistakes for one day already. On. I don't know, I have to backstage Sharon, I don't know why I did. Well, there we go. Not quite as lined up as I wanted it to be either, but that's also okay. It will work out just fine. Alright. One. This way. There we go. That would be how it should look when it's all done and on the bag. So I think that came out pretty cool. We'll see once it's on the bag. Okay. We're gonna stitch it from this side, I think. And of course now all my clips are upside down, but it's okay. Now I'm clearly not gonna stitch all the way across without back stitching here. This is literally just to go to here. And we will go back over this just to make sure it's really in there. We don't want it coming loose. Okay, do the other side. Same thing. Okay. And I believe that is it for this piece for now. I do need to go get my other piece, as it is, since I cut it the wrong direction and had to recut it, retreat it. Yeah, we're basically had to do this part first. Really want to do the other part first. I have sort of prepped because I have the top part of that pocket already done. Centers marked. I had actually sewn it on when I realized that the actual pocket piece was the wrong direction. And as you can see, this is directional fabric, which means that it has to go a certain way. And I feel like the face lined up pretty good. Pretty close. That'll look great. And that's, the diaper wipes will go into the pocket and you'll be able to pull them out through the hole. So, yeah. An alternate pocket option other than the white pocket. But I don't know, I just really like this pocket. That's all there is to it. I really like it. Alright. And by she, I mean Joe and Adam. Okay, we're gonna base this onto here. It's time to fight, which is why I start usually further up. So just hold on a second. Okay. Now we're going to put these right sides together. I'm going to stitch it from that side. And just to keep its shape. I am very happy with that. Happy with both of these pockets. And I don't know how I managed it using completely two different pattern pieces. Bag pattern. They are the same exact height. I have no idea how that worked out that way. On to the next step. Okay. So I grabbed my bottom gusset pieces. Well, I had you paused. And that's our next step, is getting these little pockets attached. And I am clipping the centers because what do? We always clip our centers, but we don't clip zippers if we can help it. But yeah, so that's the lining. Let me set that there. And I'll put that back where it goes. Alright, and I've already done my markings for the pockets because I need to also grab my top. And we are going to also, like I said, I now have stabilizer on my pieces, and we are going to already put on there, and we'll do one time. Okay, so we are lining it up with the marks. We're gonna clip it in place. What am I doing? That one's there. Check it around. Make sure we're lined up with mark. Goody goody. Now this is slightly challenging, but only because it's already top sewn bottom, and we have to make sure we don't sew through both pieces at the same time. Now, what I am going to do is double check and make sure that I have not inadvertently put it in the wrong direction. So, yeah. It says the bottom, it says the top, it says our pocket. That's going to look so good. I love it. Alright, now. I think what I want to do kind of want to sew across the bottom first. That's the plan. The bottom's going to ultimately get 2 lines of stitching. What I want to do is sew across the bottom, and then the sides from bottom to top, and then back across the bottom again. And I only want to do that because I don't want things to stretch like in wrong directions. If it's going to stretch, it needs to stretch in the same direction. And yeah, that's my goal. So, foot down, needle down. A little extra back stitching there, not required, just makes me feel better. Okay, we can actually back that up and turn, up, and then go back and do the other side, back up. I'll have to loop that, melt those threads down, but here. And I will, of course, turn down all these threads once we're done. here. Come on. Alright, and we are going to go back across the bottom one more time, but a little further up than the last one to get some extra stabilization there. This seriously is a genius idea for a pocket. That looks good. Bring that down. Now, the reason I went over that back stitch that little bit is because that is where the opening is, and I just want to make sure that, you know, it's nice and secure. Alright, we're going to trim up these threads, and then we'll do the other pocket. And then see where we're at with that. Not trimming the elastic, that needs to stay. Go ahead and do something. Nice and secure there. No wonder that stayed together at the top so well. I never trimmed the threads. That's kind of funny. That's okay. I'm destined to burn myself on these things. That takes a little long. I like it. I mean, you could put a baby bottle in there. You could put a big old cup like mine in there. You could put a water bottle in there. And the lining is a waterproof canvas, so if it sweats, it's not a big deal. It's got stretch to it to allow for, you know, wider bottles. And yeah, and then of course I have a fantastic wet wipe pocket. I really, really love how that came out. I'm super happy about that. I hope you like it. That's, I mean, you don't get much better than that, right? I think that is seriously the absolute best that I have ever aligned anything. Elastic size number 3. And I know that this is another spot inside the bag for like water bottles and such. It's on the inside sides of the bag. Making sure I wasn't supposed to overhang that at all, like we did with the others. Alright, now should trim those threads, but I'll get them in a minute. All right. Try this again, and maybe, just maybe, this time it won't go crazy. So we have our front, we have our gusset lining, and our gusset exterior. And we're starting with, we still have our center marked there, which is good. And centers marked here as well, which is also good. Let's make sure that we have our centers marked on these pieces as well. Now I did the bottom. Did I do the top? I don't think I did. Which is okay, because we can easily take care of that. Oh, wait. I did. And I did on both sides even. And the bottom as well. Did anything get off? Yeah, we're off a little bit at the bottom here. Yeah, we're not quite lined up, are we? I don't know how I managed that. And which side? Hang on. Wipes to the left, drinks to the right. I want it to be like this, and I have to put this way. Okay, this is part you will not be able to see because I'm going to sew from this side, and it's going to go like this, so you won't actually be able to see it. You just have to trust me that I'm doing the right thing. Work on your bone. Oh, one clip. Right here. It's missing a big piece that took me time. Just barely. Something there. Oh, this actually makes it a little easier because I don't have to worry about hitting the same ones right off that. I missed it. So make sure you're really here. I saw this funny meme thing on Facebook or whatever, and it's like, how do I think I look when I'm sewing? How I actually look. Nothing right now. How I actually look. Making sure I'm not missing. Yeah, that elastic. It overhangs. Make sure everything's just lined up. Don't do so much. I know what I mean. But it says, go slow, take your time. And it's true, take it, because, yeah. Makes sense now. Almost there. Do a quick check. Make sure everything looks good. I mean, why wouldn't it, right? Basically, switch out the corners. Oh, yeah. Wonderful. Also wonderful. Oh, yeah. Yeah, yeah. I like it. That's without the lining. Nope, gotta do the custom lining next week. Okay. And I need to make sure I have clipped my centers on this one. Pretty sure I did, but double checking. Yep, that was done. I think the bottom. Or I guess that's the bottom. This is the top. That's the wrong scissors for that. We're probably sewing this one around as well. Of course, I have to put the clips on the right way. Puppy. Let me sweep away. And I just realized I went around the corner. Do a quick check. Make sure everything looks good. I mean, why wouldn't it, right? Basically, just want to check the corners. Oh, yeah. Wonderful. Also wonderful. Oh, yeah. Yeah, yeah. I like it. Almost. We're gonna go ahead and baste around this edge just to keep all that held together. And I am quite happy with the seam allowance that came out, even though it was a little shy of where it needed to be. It definitely, yeah, it's where it needs to be. Okay. Front of our bag and the gusset. Hey everybody, welcome back. It's day number 4 for me. To be fair, I only sew after work and on the weekends. You know, I have to work, I have a job. In the last 48 hours since, or 36 hours since I last filmed, I actually did do one of the straps just to make sure that, you know, I could speed things up a little bit because this video is taking a whole lot longer than I ever expected. Preparing for the next section. Now this is one part of the pattern that I am doing differently. These straps also come from the Scholar pack as opposed to the way this pattern does them, and there's absolutely nothing wrong with the way the straps are done in this pattern. It's just preference. I really like the design of these. The other thing that held me up was that I lost somewhere amongst my sewing things my black webbing for these straps. I have a roll that is about the same size floating around in here somewhere, and I have no idea where it is. So I, of course, hit up Amazon, had them deliver me a new one this morning, which super impressed because I really did not expect it to get here. I want to say that they're, you know, great on deliveries, but I don't want to talk bad about people. I'm just gonna say, Amazon, if you're listening, step it up. All right, so I'm just gonna jump right in. I'm gonna put Ben and Emily back in my ear, and I'm gonna get to it. I have actually marked an opening to turn this already. I want it to be as close to equal as the other one. All right. I'll throw one more on here. Drop the needle. Yep, I did exactly what I was worried I would do. Stitch length too long. It's not terribly long, it's just longer than it needs to be. I'll probably go back over that section. going around curves, the smaller the stitch length, the easier it tends to be. Since I did in fact do that wrong on this side, I'm going to go back over it with the smaller stitch length. I just don't want that seam to pull when I turn it out, so. This is about where I'm looking. I really only need to use these around the curves, but I'm just going to run it down the whole thing. Make the curves sit nicer. Basically cutting this down by about half using the pinking shears. All right. Now the fun part. Some people use chopsticks, some people use, I don't know, turning tools. I use a knitting needle. I've actually broken chopsticks, and I've also bent a turning tool. So far, the knitting needle seems to be holding up pretty well. And if I ever learn how to knit, I'll have needles. Come on. I'm running this in along those seams so that I can easily top stitch around it after the foam is in. That side. Alright, that's up to there. I'm going to flip this other side. There's previous straps that I've done like this that have been completely sewn up. You turn through this end hole, and it was literally stated in the original pattern to not do it that way. And actually, maybe it was a video I watched that said not to do it that way because you would regret it. And I can 100% see that being extremely difficult because you still have to fit the foam in there. And, well, it's not, I mean, the materials I'm using right now has made that first one really easy to do that with. So I'm hoping that this one will be equally as easy. and not make me look like a fool. I do well enough on that myself. And then that opening will get sewn up when I do the top stitching. And let me go ahead and roll these. I have a basis for where to. Right. This one I went in really, really easy. Doing just this. All I did was push it. This one doesn't want to be as nice. Try that again. Okay. Now, actually a little too far, so it means I get to straighten that out, which is fine. Bummer. I did not mean to put it that far. I think that's actually almost in there. Now, hemostats are your friend. Okay. I just want to hold that in place for a minute. Yeah, all right. Now, here's top stitch. And the original pattern piece for this actually tells you to trim the stop down, but since I'm doing a combination between the two bags, I'm not cutting these down. I'll make sure that the two are the same length, but I'm not going to really cut that excess down. It'll come in handy when I attach everything to the back of the bag. Up on the curve. Let's slow this down a little bit. Earbuds. The Big Bus ones were just too big for my ears. But I will hang on to that because at some point I imagine that I will probably do another Big Bus trip in another foreign city. And it's kind of nice. I'm not trying to advertise for Big Bus at all, but it's pretty neat that they were great. We were late not by any fault of our own, but just the way our trip went. We didn't get there in time because, well, our flight got canceled. So we were able to change things up. They were great about swapping the day for us. So that was cool. So thanks, Because. So the only reason really, I mean, I love the shape of this strap, and really the reason that I wanted to do that is because I wanted it to have this waterproof canvas on the back side of it. It's that one. There's the other one. Now we're just gonna make sure that they are the same length. Oh, look at that. They're perfect. Want to I don't expect it to be perfect. That's not terrible. Huh. I'm happy with that. All right. That one's done. Let's just make sure that's good. Yeah. No skip stitches that time. And I did back stitch. Get this out of the way. Okay. This one I did miss just a tad. Just a tad in that corner. But it looks pretty good. You can't see anything on that side. But straps are now ready. We'll set them aside. And then go into our strap anchors. You probably won't see this if that can be. I really need to get one of those little strip lights from the machine. Yeah, we're good. That's our. That'll look completely different once it's attached to the bag, but yeah. So that pocket that I had inadvertently used elsewhere, I actually went ahead and cut out some more purple. Turns out I have more purple than I thought I had, so my next bag is not at all in any jeopardy. It will get plenty of purple. Yeah. I need oops. Need to mark the centers. I was marking centers one time, wasn't paying attention, next thing, cut my finger with the scissors. Really do that once. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and mark center on this as well. This time we're going to be bottom because we're moving up from the bottom. That makes sense. Okay. No. Sticky side. Pocket. Not a handmade zipper pull. I want to make sure that I do this the same. Okay. This way. Oh, hang on. Before I do that, it's so going to rain. And this is literally just spacing. My boy does not like, I mean, he doesn't like thunderstorms. Thankfully, it's just a basic good, so it's not a big deal. Okay. Alright, so we've got our foam on there. This has, of course, been treated with the liquid vinyl. It's gonna be such a cute bag. I mean, it's not Nightmare on Nightmare on Elm Street. That's more my style. Nightmare Before Christmas is not necessarily my style, but yeah, I think it's gonna be really cute. And oh, I don't know if you guys can hear that, but it's really raining. This way. For the moment. See? And this is here. And this is here. Everything's fine, buddy. No need for you to get upset and be licking like that. Like the thunder. You wanna go look at it? You wanna go outside? I know you're only gonna be there for a hot second and come right back in. That's how he is. Okay, stand by. And take the boy outside. He literally went outside for a hot second. Walked out, turned around, came right back in. I have a covered back porch for the record, so I did not make him go out in the rain. But yeah, that was quite entertaining. Yeah, he just wants booty scratches, huh? Do you like your booty scratches? Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Yeah, buddy, I got work to do. Can I get back to my sewing? Any kisses? No kisses? Okay. Fine, you don't have to give me kisses. Yeah. All right. So far for me, it's booty scratches. That's all you want. You don't care about anything else. You can get your booty scratches. All right. I'm going to fix that. I mean, technically, I can put that right here because it's going to be slant. Puppy, stop it. That's one. And then once it's settled down, it'll actually come down like that. Oh, let's do the other one. Oh no. That's not cool. How on earth did I get everything wrapped around my thread? I really need one of them thread holder thingies because this one doesn't sit properly for me. But, you know, it's what I got, so it's what I run with. And, figure out where my center is on this so that I can mark it all the way down. Really? Okay. I don't remember who it was that first told me, well, told everybody in the video where I first saw it, that you should start in the middle because otherwise you could end up with twists. And, you know, you start from the middle, work your way out, go back to the middle, work your way the other way. That way everything comes out. And I guess I could have left that just the way it was. It's alright, I will still fix that. And yes, this was meant to be longer. Not that you can see that. It's meant to be longer so that you properly cover everything. It's not quite centered, but it's still hanging over both ends. And that is the most important. Now I get to sew that right way down. Okay. Now, I am going to do another line of stitching on this, but before I do that, I'm going to trim out the excess. First, yes. Well, they just went on a trip. Right. Now I could have used the purple, I could have used solid purple, I could have used this, but we'll go back. Let's see here. Let's see if we're in the right spot. Yeah. Side just to secure this in. Past, just to get that foam secured back down. That's where I missed earlier. Yeah, okay. Now. Let's see. Now, I do want to, this is the one that I pulled out, and I want to re-secure that right there. So, we're going to pull all this stuff out of the way. Put that up under here. And done. I'll trim those out, give them a boop with the lighter, and that will keep them from pulling. It'll melt them into place basically. Hot. Well, the only thing I don't know is if I'm supposed to do. Okay, so I went ahead and decided to do the rivets, so they are officially in place on either side. And I've also marked my strap placement based on the pattern. And now, the bottom lower straps is what I mean. And I think that one's going to go on this side. Ready? Like that. Yeah. Just want to make sure that they are facing in across the body. And where's my mark? I think that's my mark. Like this. Nope. Facing in, remember? Sim. For sure that's the right spot. I am going to pause you guys here just to make sure I've got this right, because I do not want to do this on camera, not showing off pattern pieces. So, stand by. Alright, so pattern pieces are in the right spot, or pattern pieces, straps are in the right spots. I'm going to sew straight down and hop stitch those into place, or base them into place. Yeah. Sure that is in place. All right. I actually kept it in line properly. It is okay. little thicker. Yeah. Mm. Oh, this makes me nervous. Got a face there, got a face there. That was my goal. Didn't have to be on both sides. You know what I mean? It just needed to be somewhere. All right. So this is now the completed back piece. And they look good. They look good. Did I boop them? I don't know if I booped them, so I'm going to go ahead and boop them now. Just to make sure. Boop. Boop. And this webbing is, I mean, for coming from Amazon, it's heavy duty. We're going to give it a thumbs up. All right, so we are all right. It's time. This is the piece that I gave the actual back pocket to by accident. But it's okay, because now there's two. Bonus pocket. Hello, my love. The people can't see you, so they think I'm talking to myself. Except those who know that you exist. What, buddy? Do you want to go outside? Are you ready to go outside now? I think it stopped raining. Yeah? Okay. The doggy has spoken. Come on. Let's go out. He's probably going to bark. Because that's what he does. He goes out there and lets the whole world know that he is outside. It is his domain. Okay, buddy, that's enough. Yes, use your inside voice. And then when he's done, he'll come back in. And, speaking of, hi, buddy. You just leave that open for you. You can go in and out. And I'll leave it open for a little bit and just let him do what he wants. As long as he doesn't decide to bring any other furry creatures in with him, then we're okay. am going to sew this with I'm basting this part together. And I'm going to do it with the knitting side down so that it does not get caught on anything. But I can make sure that I don't accidentally sew through any of this. So okay, yes. What, buddy? You can go outside if you want to. It's okay with me. I'm going to have to trim that little tab down here in a minute because I'm going to be using holdover elastic on it. Let's get all that out of the way. So funny. If I was to go outside, he would stay out there longer. But he wants to be near me all the time. All the time, which I'm really glad for because he's my little guard dog. Okay. Now, I think for the sake of making sure that I don't accidentally sew anything that I shouldn't, we're going to secure those down inside there. We're going to turn these up and also stuff them into there. And this one too. Because the last thing I want to do is accidentally sew any of that stuff. Yeah. Alright. Okay. Now, we have our center mark, top and bottom on that. Center mark there. Oh. Maybe I kind of feel like I should wait. Yes. Yeah, I'm going to wait to trim out. So we got this little bit of overhang here. And I'm going to put these pieces together before I trim that off. And we are going to flip this. And same thing, there's elastic here. I'm going to wait again till this is all together. And then we'll trim out the excess. And also going to tuck that handle down into there just to keep it safe. And now I, of course, probably will, actually I will do that now, give this a little bit of an unzip in case I need to reach inside, because I might need to do that. Oh, we are pinning right sides together at the bottom center. Me. I got a mouse in my pocket, so and I will likely do a basting stitch and then go back with the full, no, because I'm going to be doing fold over elastic. So, and I could very easily have used either the inside pocket or the exterior pocket and done this a little bit differently to make it a birth bag, but quite frankly, no. No, that's fine. Fold over elastic is fine. It is fine. Hi, buddy. Oh, you know, I'm a dingbat. All of my clips are facing the wrong way. Because I'm going to be sewing with the gusset side up, the net inside down. And that's on purpose, because I don't want the netting to get hooked on anything. You trying to say hi to everybody? Yeah? Come here. All right. Come here. You come up here and say hi? Come here. All you can see is his little nose. All right. What do you want, buddy? He just loves his butt scratch. That's all there is to it. You can't see it, but he's smiling at me. Oh, goofer. He gets a little, I mean, I would never have thought that, you know, dogs smile, but yeah, he gets this silly grin. What are you doing? Oh, yeah? What is it, buddy? You just want to, you want to interrupt all the sewing fun? What? Why don't you go outside, Betty? Go outside. Go on. He tries to catch the mosquitoes and flies. Well, that's a mosquito. And I missed. Means it's yours. We gotta catch it. Ooh, that's like number 6, I think. Buffy, what is it? I cannot give you any yum yums today. No TREATS, sorry. Not at least for another 24 hours. Oh, another one broke. Huh. That one silently broke too. Yeah, not until I know your belly is good. Sorry, kiddo. I might actually have to snip into this gusset. I didn't have to do it the other side. The other side fit perfectly. But this one I might have to. Which I'm really glad the other side did, because that had the zipper on it, and I do not at all like snipping into zippers. It makes me so uncomfortable. And I know some people do it. I know some people are vehemently against it, and I have done it. I am not a fan. Not even a little bit. This side actually looks pretty good. I might not have to snip. We shall see. Or maybe just a little bit. Down around the very bottom of this. Just past where the... Just hang on, okay? Pull this clip off. And it's just past where that strap I don't even know what to call it. Where the strap connector is. Strap connector. And the other side. And that's the other thing too with the strap connector. It's so thick there that I definitely don't want to be cutting in there. Past it, fine. Just not where it's at. Oh my gosh, I almost snipped the wrong side. I'm glad that was super thick. You do not snip the fabric, you snip the gusset. There we go. And that should be perfect. Perfecto. I think so. Yeah. It's still gonna be tough around that corner to sew it, but will definitely fit nicely. So, hi, Bubby. Oh, he's so cute. Just don't like the way it's sitting. There we go. I will definitely be using hemostats on this, I think. Okay. Yeah. Wow, looks great. Alright. I'm going to start off without unzipping this top part just to see how well it goes. And, you know, we'll go from there. I'm going to take him outside, and since he didn't want to be out there without me, and then come right back. So, stand by. Alright. I love my boy, but man, I'll tell you what. In or out, in or out, in or out. Sometimes. Why are half of my clips on right and half of them wrong? I don't know, but thankfully these bottom ones are coming off first. And hammer straps. Yeah, I'm going to get that where I want it. Good. That's where it should be. And I know what the seam allowance is for the whole thing in general. I feel like I should, yes, that's what I thought. Okay. And going just under. There we go. And we're going to bring this down to the normal stitch length. Keep that close here, get that out of the way. Back here. Not really. Oh, we are so close to being done with this bag. I really wanted to have this done so that I can take it in with me to work, so that it can make its way to its new home. And oh yeah, as I mentioned, I was gonna try to do this without, but it's a pretty stiff bag, so I need the, there we go. That just makes it a little bit easier to sew things. Coming up on the thickest part of this bag, which is the strap connector part, which is super duper thick. When you, especially when you add it to the other piece. So as long as I don't skip stitches, I'll be okay. Like, I think I just did there. And so far we're okay. What on earth is happening right now? Increase my tension a little bit. Such a thick spot. Oh. And I'm definitely not hitting the full-on seam allowance, which is fine. Fine. Like I said, I'm going to be doing fold over elastic, and that needs to be y'all can't see any of this because it's such a big bag. We're going to go ahead and unzip this as well. And that shot right over that. I don't expect that. We are down the bottom corner. We went right over that strap connector area without a single problem, which is amazing. Okay, let's mush that up out of the way. And then we're going to grab our hemostat, pull corners up where it's supposed to be. That is not supposed to be how that goes. Okay, so I can tell already that I have a little boo-boo that I'm about to pick out, which is why I just did a back stitch right there. Because this part's fine, it's just that corner that got out of whack. So, turn these threads, and then we're going to pick out that corner and redo it because it slid. So slid by like an eighth of an inch. I mean, it's not horrible, but it's enough for me to not like it. And then it's just this little section right here. And since there's netting on the other side of this, I can't exactly pick it out the way that I want to. There we go. Literally just a small spot, but it was enough that I did not like it. So, apart it comes. And this means we are starting on the strap connector part. As you know, that's fun. And that might have been what caused it to slide, was coming off of that and not using the hump jumper. So, let's see what happens. That's perfect. It's right where it needs to be now. I am satisfied with that. And I'm going to take a quick peek inside, make sure everything looks good. And then turn it back out, or keep it inside out, that is, and trim the extra elastic and key strap. Oh yeah, it's good, it's good. I don't know where white thread came from. Oh yeah, that was amazing. Yeah, okay. Because I'm going to have to squash it again. Anyway, I am going to do it just so I can put the holder elastic on easier. But first things first. We trim down our extra bits and make them all even. Just go around checking everything, see if anything needs trimmed. And Hmm. Hmm. I don't like that corner. That looks very like a weak corner. I think I'm gonna redo that corner. I am going to trim down this elastic. I don't think I have any other elastic bits to trim, but this is why I check everything. This corner just feels like it's getting so tight. So extra row of stitching can't hurt. In fact, we are going to shrink our smaller seam allowances. Or not smaller seam allowances, smaller stitch lengths. Make for more secure bits. So that's what I'm doing, basically. Because it literally feels like it's just hanging on by a thread, so to speak. And then I'll check it again before I call it good. Oh yeah, that's much better. Definitely better. Cool. Cool. Yeah. Okay. So my goal here for this is to sew it like I did before in the round, since it naturally wants to curve this way. That's the goal. I wish I could see this, but the camera's just not positioned right. But he is legit just sitting here with his nose stuffed into my arm. Hubby, what? What I'm shooting for here is the he just wants his butt scratched. That's all he wants. because he immediately does that and then turns away. Alright, so I am basically covering up these threads with this and then folding it over, and then I'm going to clip it. And I'm leaving extra here on purpose because once I get all the way around, then I'm going to pull it and sew the ends together so that it's one continuous piece. And as I go around, I will be pulling just enough to give it a little bit of, stretch. It's not super loose, it's nice and tight. And since I'm going to be sewing from this side of it, the clips are going that way. And by sewing from that side and making sure that I'm covering the threads this way, I know that when I sew this edge, I'm going to catch the back too. Now, is that going to be perfect 100%? Not necessarily. But the good news is that I'm using black thread. So if I have to go over it an extra time, you won't even notice it. Oh, that's so thick right there. That's the only thing, if you don't, and I don't have an industrial machine, but that's the only spot that makes me nervous is over the strap connectors, because it's thick. It is thick. Clips don't even want to fit. And of course, while I'm sewing this, I will have to make sure that everything stays aligned. And as I go, I'm clipping out all these extra threads that don't belong so that I don't have to do them afterwards. Because this, my friends, is the absolute last step of this bag, is sewing on this. And then I get to edit this video because, whoo, baby, 4 days. Like, I think I'm at like 9, maybe 10 hours. I don't know. It's people ask me, how long it takes me to make stuff. And I can't really, if I said, it takes me 10 hours to sew a bag, is that accurate? Not necessarily, because as you see, I have a dog who likes to interrupt things. So, while it might take me that long, it doesn't necessarily mean I was sewing that entire time. Plus, you got to factor in the prep work. I had to cut out all the pieces. I had to do the interfacing. In this case, the liquid vinyl. In the case of the next one as well, the liquid vinyl, the interfacing, and and I'm not complaining, not even a little bit, because this to me is so rewarding to take something from flat and make it 3D and make it something that somebody's going to enjoy, that it's actually going to be functional for them, is so incredibly rewarding. And now, don't get me wrong, I choose, right? Like, I'm not just randomly making, like, somebody comes up to me and says, hey, can you do this? And I'm going to be like, maybe, maybe not. But the thing is, I get to choose what I make and who I make it for. And, you know, don't ask me. Don't come at me. No, I don't know. Just like I generally don't make. I've only ever made the same thing twice, one time, and that was a like exact same thing. It was a necessary clutch wallet for my friend's mom, and the reason that I redid it was because it was also a cotton one that needed to be, you know, treated with the liquid vinyl, but the liquid vinyl wasn't dry enough. Like I messed that up. I didn't wait long enough, and ended up kind of getting on the waterproof canvas that was also used. And so when I realized, well, when they sent me pictures, and I was like, oh man, I can't leave that like that, you know. It'd probably peel off at some point, but it was enough that I felt the need to redo it. And then there was one other time where I did a fix on one that I made, and that was because I tried to use like iron on vinyl, and that stuff peeled. It peeled. So I ended up remaking that bag and treating it with a wax canvas, sort of, not wax canvas, but like a wax coating. And well, I haven't heard anything on that one, so I'm guessing that turned out okay. But I mean, obviously, if I'm going to make something, I want it to be good, and if it's not good, then I'm going to fix whatever the problem is within reason. Like, I'm not going to come a year later and be like, okay, like, you've been using that bag for a long time, and if you broke something, you know. Like, I made one for my sister. Well, it I don't know if she got the smell out yet, but a bear got in her car, and her bag smelled like bear. So, in fact, I need to see what she wants me to make for her for Christmas this year. I think we were talking about doing something in blue, I think, but we'll see. We shall see. Getting down around that thicker area again on the opposite side. Yeah, I'm already thinking about the next one. I'm doing the Mirabelle. Looking forward to that. And I guess technically that one is very, very similar to the first one I made, but with some differences. There we go. I wonder. I'm gonna pull this back a little bit because what's happening is a little further on this side. I've got some overhang from elastic and some of the waterproof canvas, so I'm going to trim that down. Okay, should be okay. Just felt funny to me, so. Temporary. And there we go. I love how this fold over elastic just goes so well. I mean, obviously it's going to go well because it is identical to what's on the inside. But it just, well, you'll see what I mean here in a second. I feel like I'm going to break another clip. Okay, now all right. Pull this for a moment. So, oh, I lost the clip. Not allowed. All right, first things first. We're going to sew this part right sides together to create the roundness of this. And it means I gotta flip. Wait a minute. I need to flip first. And then I need to go right sides together. Oops. Sorry, clip came undone. It came out under a clip, but that's okay. Because we're going to put that back here in a second. And we are going to try to keep even so that it sews right. Let's go ahead and put it there. Or two, because we want that to stay even. And then we can drop that down. We'll go in reverse first. Alright, now I'm going to trim my threads, and then I'm also going to snip these on the diagonal so that when they fold in, they're nice and neat, but I'm also going to melt them down so they don't go ahead and reclip this bottom part just Make sure everything sits nice. No, we're gonna go this way. That's like number 8. Mm-hmm. It's okay. All right. Now, that is just to be on the safe side. Oh, dang, it's facing the wrong way. Because I'm not turning it. So, there we go. Alright, I'm going to sew it in the round. And dropping stuff all over the place. I should not need that, but if I do, I can pull it back out. And all right, I'm going to unzip because it will be easier for me to reach in and turn and everything else. There. All right, here you go. Make sure that everything is sitting where I want it. Thunder rolls. Okay. All right, fingers crossed. This is our final sewing, unless I mess up somewhere. There we go. We are going to increase that just a little bit. Goal is to keep this as flat on this bed, whoa, there we go, as possible, so that when I go around all these corners, everything stays in place and I don't have to fight taking it like that. It's so hard sometimes. It's okay, it's okay. On the strap connector. And then my clips have slipped off, so I'm having to goal here is to make sure our raw edges are covered. So as long as my stitching stays where it belongs, everything else should be okay. I mean, like that one coming off right there already. A little bit easier at the top because it's not as thick. Yeah. It slid off. And I knew that was going to happen. I felt it. It's exactly what I was trying to prevent. I need to, well, actually, that makes sense because I need to burn that out anyway. This is where it happened. You can totally see where it shifted. I was doing great too. Now, if I really wanted to, I could just cut this off and put another piece in. But I don't want to. I want to fix this. I want to make this perfect. Well, I'm going to be able to make this one perfect. I might have to piece that in. Because oh, I did not. Let's see, did it survive? It did. Sweet. Yeah, that completely slid off of there. Oh, yeah, we're good. I went back plenty far enough. Straighten out these threads. When it slides off like that, you end up just pinching it and it doesn't cover anything. It just sews the fold over elastic to itself, which is why I just had to pick that all out so I could do it proper. And while I'm at it, hiccup. Let's melt this down because I forgot to do that when I cut it. And this is the reason why you use the thread that matches, so that when something like this happens, you can fix it. Easily fix it. And we are going to start up here where it was still straight. And I'm sure that all the movement of the bag itself while doing this is probably what caused it, because it shifted around. Clips, come off, clips move, and when it happens. I could have used my other clips, but they're hard to get off of they don't come off as easily, which in itself can be a pain. Like number 10. I'm just breaking all kinds of clips on this bag. It's okay though, because I got plenty. It's okay, buddy. Went flying, didn't it? Okay. Alright. Back at it. There's a piece of tape clip down here on the floor. This is actually the starting spot, so I don't really need the clip there, but I'm going to put it there anyway. Just so I don't pull it off again. Alright. Back to yes, baby. I'm just going to have to hang on, okay? We're getting super close. Super close. Oh, look, it's dinner time for you too. I gotta feed you. Hang tight. Getting ready to head into that curve, so making sure that the bag is gonna slide through here properly. And that strap open. Yeah, it's gonna pour it in. Thunder rolls. This has been so much like for the last couple of weeks, nothing but rain and sweltering heat and then more rain. Like you'd think it was Florida. Okay now. Thank you. Alright, get rid of these, get this out, these in behind. What's the rest of our tab? Not sure where this one came from. Back up here. Oh yeah, that's much better. I do have some extra strings here. I'm not sure why. What's the been from the strap connector? What, buddy? What? I really do not like this at all. What? What, buddy? You're fine. Yeah, I'm not scratching your butt. Not doing it. Not today. What? You're fine. Come on, go lay down. You are fine. You're fine, fine, fine. Yet, you are totally fine. 100%, totally fine. Yeah? What? Do you need to go outside? Do you want to go outside? I'll take you outside. You're gonna like it. Because it's raining. Come on. Let's go. Go outside. Come on. You're gonna go outside. You're gonna come right back in. Because you don't like the rain. What? Well, let him out. Hey, and here he comes right back. That's my boy. That's my boy. the same spot kind of missed. Like I didn't cover on that side. Covered this side, but I didn't cover this side. Go figure. Minute. That's not where the strap connector is either. That's above it, which means those are basting threads. So I can take them out. Sweet. Must have had a little hiccup with my machine that I didn't catch, which is a-okay. It's okay. Yeah, because let's see. Yeah, there's nothing on the outside, nothing on the inside. So we're just gonna take this out because he does not like the cracks of thunder. I love my boy. Let's see, there we go. Bucket. Let's get that. There we go. Bucket. Zip pocket. Put your keys here. And another pocket. Another pocket. And the original pattern actually had another, like this was smaller and had another one right here. I opted to make two bigger ones on the external or the outside. Plus you have the cell phone pocket, and we have bottle spots. We're gonna go ahead and flip this right side out. Oh, that looks so good. This is the other cup pocket. I'll show that off here in a second. The diaper wipe pocket. Oh yeah. I love it. No puckers. No puckers means it's good. Oh, it's fantastic. Diaper wipe pocket looks good. I'm just making this, realize the shape that it's supposed to go in. Oh, it's okay, buddy. I don't know if y'all can hear that. The storm is coming. Again. Oh, yes. Looks so good. So good, so good. Alright, let me scooch this camera back just a little bit so y'all can see it. And maybe even bring it up a tad. There you go. Here we are. We've got our straps. I'll need to finish up the straps for this part. And what's that? That's an easy one. I'll just feed them through and then fold over twice like that to keep it, you know, secure. But then we have another pocket right here to keep things, you know, even more secure. And then when you open it, this lays basically completely flat and allows you access to your phone right from here. You don't have to just open it all the way. Pocket, those larger pockets here, and then of course your internal ones. Here you can either put your big old cup out here in this pocket, or you can put it inside in that pocket, or strap. So yeah, lots of different options. Oh, the diaper wipe pocket is fantastic. Legitimately, you slide the wipes into here, right, and like one-handed access. You don't have to worry about getting into the bag to pull out the wipes. You just right here. And then of course, Jack. I'm really happy with how that pocket came out. I like them both very much. This bag is fantastic. It really is. It's Joe and Adam. Fantastic. It's Country Cow Designs, the parent pack. Highly recommend if you got kids and you want to make one, or if you know someone that's having kids and needs a diaper bag that's also a backpack. Oh, and there's this pocket too, and you could essentially like have a full changing mat that you could fold up and slide right into there. Yeah, I like it. I am very happy with it.